Hello guys and welcome to this new Power BI tutorial. In this video I'm going to create the following Amazon Prime Video dashboard. We're going to use two custom colors like the logo for both the background and the charts. We will create two horizontal bar charts, a map, a donut chart, an area chart and different cards. As you can see here we are going to define the different borders using rotated angles, and also we are going to import the Amazon Prime Video logo. But before start creating our charts, let's first explore our dataset. First thing, we are going to import our CSV file. You can find the links in description to download the file directly from Kaggle and also from my GitHub repository. So click on Get Data, Text CSV, and like that we get our dataset. So the first column is about show ID. Then we have the type, so either we have a movie or TV show. Then we have the title, the director, the cast. Then we have the location or the country, date added, the release year, and we have the rating, and here we have duration. As you can see here, for movies it is by minutes, and for TV shows it is in seasons. Then we have the genres or listed in, and finally we have the description. So click on load, and here on the right we have our dataset. So here we have the different columns. So the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to set background for our report. So click on the report, go to here, format your report page, canvas background, we click on color and more colors, and here we write our code 19222D. Alright, and transparency it is 0%. Okay, so here we have our background. We click. The first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to create field map for total titles by country. So click on field map, we select country, put it like that. On the tooltip, we drag and drop show ID into the tooltip, and we select count distinct. Here for country, we're going to select all, and we remove the null values. So for the formatting, map settings, so the style it will be dark, and for the field colors we click on condition in formatting. So for the format style we are going to select gradient. Here we are going to select show ID as count distinct. For the highest value we click more colors, and here we add our code. So we put 00A8E1. Okay, we click on OK. So like that we get our map using conditional formatting. As you can see here, the highest value is in the United States with 253. We have India with 229, etc. So we can decrease this one. And now I'm going to format our map. So click on General. For the effects background, we select our background, which is this one with the code, the border in white, and it will be 20. Next we have the title, so we put it in 16, and it will be white in the center, and it will be total titles or total shows by country. Alright, same thing for the divider, we put it in white, And like that we get our map. So if we close this one, and close this one, we get our final map. So you can put it in here like that. Next we are going to create the donut chart for movies and TV shows. So we select the donut chart and we select the type. So go to the filters. For the type we select only movie and TV show, right? And we put show ID into the values as count distinct. All right. Now I'm going to format that. So on general, for the title, it will be movies and TV shows. So it is in 16 in white in the center. Same thing for the divider, it will be white. And close this one. So we have the effects. For the background, we have our color, okay, just this one. Then we have the border in white, rounded corners 20. Okay, now if we go back to visual, detail labels, the values are white. All right, the legend, same thing in white. Okay, and we change the colors. So close this one for the slices. So for movie, we select the color, more colors, and we add our code in here. We have 00A8E1. Alright, for TV show, we put it with this color. Okay, it's like that to get our donut charts. We put it here in the bottom like that. Alright. So next we have the area chart for total movies and TV shows by release year. So we click on area. On the x-axis we will have release year. So we put it in here. On the y-axis we will have the show ID as count distinct. And on the legend we are going to put the type. So we have movie and TV show. Now I'm going to format our chart. So go to formatting. For the x-axis, the title is off and the values, we put them in white. Same thing for y-axis, so the values in white and no title. We go to general, effects, background, we select our background. Okay, we have the following color. For the title, we put total shows by release year. So it will be 16 white in the center, and divider it will be in white. Now same thing, we close this one, go back to visual, close this one, close. So go to the legend, and for the text it will be in white. We close this one. And now for the lines, so for the colors, for movie we select this color, okay, with the following code. And same thing for TV show, we select this color. Alright, so now we add only the borders, put them in white with rounded corners 20. So like that we get our area chart. Just decrease this one a little bit like that. Decrease this one. And we put it in here. Alright. As you can see here, we can also change the axis. So when we click, go to here, x-axis. For the range, the maximum, I'm going to put 2021. Alright. Now I'm going to import our logo. Same thing, you can find the link in the description to download the logo. So click on insert, we click on image, and here we get our logo. So we click on general, effects, the borders in white, and here rounded 20. Alright. So we put it like that. Same thing in here. Okay, so like that we have our logo. Next we are going to create a horizontal bar chart for ratings by total shows. So click on bar chart. On the y-axis we'll have the ratings, right? On the x-axis we are going to have the count distinct of show ID. Same thing, now we are going to format our chart. So click in here, general, we add the background with our color. Same thing for the border in white and rounded corners with 20. Go to the title, so put ratings by total shows, so it will be white in the center, 16, and we add divider in white. Okay, now for the visual, y-axis it will be in white. Same thing for the x-axis, the values in white, and we add the data labels, same thing in white. Okay, so like that we have our horizontal bar chart for ratings by total shows. The next chart is another horizontal bar chart for genres by total shows. So click on ratings by total shows, Control C, so copy and paste the same chart, Control V, so put it in here, decrease it a little bit. Alright, and here instead of ratings, so we remove ratings, we add listed in. Alright, go to the filters for listed in, so we select all and we remove the null values. Alright, okay, so close this one. And for the title, so click on format, general, title, so instead of ratings we have genres. Alright, so here we have genres by total shows. So we close everything. Okay, now I'm going to add the cards. So here we have the card, click, and first one is total titles, so drag and drop the title in here, and we select count distinct. Formatting, remove category label, and for general, so the effects we add our background, which is this one. The border, same thing, it will be in white, rounded corners 20. Okay, we close this one, and for the visual, the value it will be in white 30. Okay, And for the title, so it will be on, and we put total titles. So the color, it will be this color, and it will be 20 in the center. Okay, so decrease it like that. So same thing, we copy, so Control C, and we paste 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So put one in here, another one in here. Okay, and I think we are going to decrease the size a little bit. Okay, so this one, put it in like that. Same thing for this one. Same thing for this one. Okay, so decrease this one a little bit. Okay, like that we have our 6 cards. Now I'm going to customize each card. But before doing that, we are going to first change the colors of the bars. So the color, it will be this one. Same thing for this one. All right, so here we have total ratings. And go back. So we have the rating in here as count distinct. Next we have total genres, so we remove this one, and we have listed in as count distinct. Same thing, it will be genres. Next we have directors, and it will be count distinct of the director. Okay, here we have the start date, which is the minimum of the release year. Change title, so we have start date, and here we have the end date. Which will be the maximum of the release year. Okay, so if we close this one, close this one. So like that, we get our final dashboard for the different TV shows and movies on Amazon Prime Video. In this video, I'm going to create the following Netflix dashboard. We will learn how to define a background for both the report and the different charts, how to change colors, format the different charts by adding borders, rotated corners. As you can see, we'll create donut chart, 2 horizontal bar charts, an area chart, and a tree map. We'll also create 6 cards for the different text, and we'll import the Netflix logo. The links for both the dataset and the logo are available in the description. But before creating our charts, let's first explore our dataset. So in order to import our data, click on Get Data, Text CSV, So like that, we have our dataset. As you can see, we have show ID, the type, so we have either movie or TV show. We have the title, the director, so we have some missing values for some movies or some TV shows. Then we have the cast. Next, we have the country. As you can see here, there are movies and TV shows which have more than the country. We have date added, and we have the release year, the rating, duration. So if it is a movie, it will be in minutes. If it is a TV show, it will be in seasons. Then we have different genres, so listed in. And the last column is description for each movie or TV show. So click on load. As you can see here, we have errors. So we click on view errors. So you can click on remove rows and remove errors. Okay. Now we go back to our report. So we close this one. Yes. And here we have our data. So now we click on report. And the first thing that we are going to do is that we put background in black. So go to here, format your report page, canvas background, we select black and transparency 0%. Okay. Next we go to view, page view, and it is fit to page. And we are going to create our first chart, which is the donut chart. So go to filters, and on Netflix titles, we drag and drop the type into filters on all pages. We press Ctrl key, we select TV shows and movies. We close that and we close this one. So click on donut. For the values, we drag and drop show ID into the values. And we select count distinct. And for the legend, we drag and drop the type and put it in the legend. So like that, we get our donut chart for TV shows and movies. And now I'm going to format our chart. So click on the chart. Same thing, we click in here, format the visual. We go to general. On effects, we select background in black, visual border on, and we put it in white with rounded corners 20. For the title, I'm going to put it in red. So we select the colors, we click on more colors and we select red. This one. We put it in the center, 16. And we name it TV shows and movies. Okay. Now for the title, we put divider on and we put it in white. Okay. Now go back to visual. For the legend text, it will be in white, right? For detail labels, same thing. We put the values in white. All right, so we close this one, and for the slices, so for movie we put it in red, and for TV show we select this color. Okay, and we can put it like that in the center. Okay, so like that we have our first chart, which is the donut chart for TV shows and movies. Next, we are going to create a horizontal bar chart for ratings by total titles. So click on horizontal bar chart. On the y-axis, we drag and drop the rating and put it in the y-axis. On x-axis, we are going to drag and drop show ID, and we put it as count distinct. So same thing, we are going to format our visual. So go to here, format the visual. For the y-axis, titles off, the colors in white. Same thing for the x-axis, so for the title off, and for the values in white. Okay. Now go to general, effects, background in black, visual border on, and it will be white 20. Go back to the title. So we have ratings by total titles, and it will be in red 16 in the center. For the divider, it will be on, and it will be in white. Okay. Now if we click on visual, bars, and we select the color in red. Okay, so just increase like that. And we put it in here. Okay, so like that we have our second chart, which is the horizontal bar chart for ratings by total titles. We can just add the labels. Same thing, go to format, data labels on, and we put them in white. Okay. Next, we are going to create our second horizontal bar chart for genres by total titles. Same thing. We click on stacked bar chart. For the y-axis, we are going to select list in. For the x-axis, show ID as count distinct. Now we are going to format that. Y-axis, title off, and the color in white. X-axis, the same thing, in white. General for the effects, background in black, the border in white with 20. For the title, same thing, we are going to write genres by total titles. It will be 16, and it will be red in the center. The divider on in white. Okay, and also click on visual. For the bars, it will be in red. Okay, decrease it like that, and I'm going to add the labels. So labels on in white. All right, so like that we have two horizontal bar charts and the donut chart. Next, we are going to create the area chart for total movies and TV shows by release year. So click on area chart. On the x-axis, we drag and drop the release year. On the y-axis, show ID as count distinct. And on the legend, we drag and drop the type. Now I'm going to format our chart. So click in here. For x-axis, we set the title off and the values in white. Same thing for the y-axis, title off and the values in white. For the lines, color, so movie we select red, and TV show we select this color. Now we add the background, so click on general, effects, and the background in black, visual border on, it will be white and 20. Alright, so close this one, go back to visual, so close x-axis, y-axis. For the legend text, it will be in white, and go back to general. For the title, it will be 16, and total movies and TV shows by release year, it will be red in the center, divider on, and it will be in white. Okay, so we put it in here like that. All right, it's like that to get our area chart for total movies and TV shows by release year. Next, we are going to create our tree map. So click on tree map. For categories, we drag and drop the country into category. And for the values, we drag and drop show ID in values, and we select count distinct. On the filters, for country, we click on the filter type and we select top N. Here we select 10. Drag and drop show ID into by value, and it will be the count distinct. Apply filter, and we get the top 10. So close this one. Now I'm going to format our tree map. Okay. So on general effects background, it will be in black, and the border in white, 20. Okay, for the title, same thing, it will be in the center, red, 16, and it is top 10 countries by movies and TV shows. Okay, we close this one, close this one, back to visual, and for their labels on, so it is, the color is white. Okay, now close this one, and for the colors, we are going to change the colors. For United States, we put it in red. For India, we put it like this color. So for the third one, as you can see here, we have null value. So right click, exclude. All right. So third one, it will be United Kingdom. Same thing, we choose this color. Same thing for Japan and for Canada. Then we have South Korea. Okay. France. And for the last ones, we have the color. Okay. Now put it like that. All right. So here, if we come back to the general, and for the title, we add the divider and we put it in white. Okay. And like that, we get our tree map for top 10 countries by movies and TV shows. Next, we are going to insert the Netflix logo. So click on Insert, Image. So here we have the logo. And we click on General. For the effects, visual border in white. Same thing, 20. All right. And now we are going to decrease. Okay. So put it like that in the center. All right. And now I'm going to add 6 cards. So here we have the card. So click. For the fields, we're going to start by total titles. So we drag and drop titles in here, and we select count distinct. We're going to format that. So we remove category label. On general, title on, and we select total titles. It will be 20 in red in the center. All right. Now for the effects background in black, We close this one. We back to visual, callout value, and we select white in 30. Okay. Now if we go back to general, for the effects, the border in white and 20. Okay, now we decrease the size like that. Alright. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to copy and paste that 5 times. So press Ctrl C, then V. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So one, put it in here. I have the second one. So decrease the size a little bit. Same thing for this one. Same thing for this one. So decrease the size. Okay. Alright. Add another one in here. Decrease the size. And the last one here, same thing. We decrease the size a little bit. And we decrease for this one. Okay. Now I'm going to modify our cards. So the second one, it will be the total ratings. So drag and drop rating into the fields and we select count distinct. Same thing, we change the title. So it will be total ratings. Okay. Next we have total genres. So here we write genres and we click in here. For the fields we select listed in as count distinct. Next we have start year or start date as minimum of release year, minimum, and the title will be start date. Okay, this one it will be the end date and it will be the maximum of release year, right? And the last one it will be the locations. So we drag and drop country into the fields as count distinct, and the title it will be locations. Alright, now if we close this one and close this one, as you can see here we get our final dashboard for Netflix movies and TV shows. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about New York City Airbnb data. As you can see, we are going to create different charts. We are going to start by creating filters. So we have 2 filters, neighborhood group and the room type. Okay, as you can see here, when we select one, all the charts will change. Same thing for the room type. So we have 3 types. Next, we are going to create cards, the average of reviews per month, the sum of the reviews or the total reviews, the number of neighborhoods, and the total hosts. Next, we are going to create vertical bar charts. So we have total last reviews by year, total reviews by month. Next, we are going to create horizontal bar charts starting from average price by neighborhood in dollars, total bookings by neighborhood group, and top 10 hosts by total reviews. We have also total neighborhoods by group, as you can see here in the donut chart. And finally, we are going to create 2 tables. One for the average price by neighborhood group and room type, and the last one, average reviews by month by neighborhood group and room type. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset, and you can find this link in the description. and mainly we have 16 columns. As you can see here, when we select all, apply, the first column is the ID, so we have listing ID. Next we have the name of the listing, the host ID and the host name. Next we have neighborhood group. After that we have different neighborhoods, the latitude and longitude for the maps. We have the room type. As we have said, we have mainly 3 types. We have the price in dollars, minimum nights, number of reviews, the last review. We have reviews per month, amount of listing per host, and availability in a year. So now let's import our dataset into Power BI and start creating our charts. So here I have created a new project, and to get our data we click on get data, text CSV, connect. Once you have imported that, you click on load. As you can see here, we have some errors. So now I'm going just to close this one, and we are going to use a filter later on that we can apply on all the charts. So the first thing that we are going to do is change the background. So you click on canvas background, color, more colors, and you write the following code. So we have FF5A60 and transparency 0%. Okay. And for the filters, I'm going to drag and drop room type into filters on all pages. And mainly we select the 3 types. So if we go down, we have entire home, private room, and shared room. Okay. So now we are ready to start creating our charts. First, we are going to start by creating filters. Click on visualizations, right? We select the slicer, and the first one, it will be the neighborhood group. Okay, now I'm going to format that. First, we are going to change it into drop down. Next, for the values, we have the background, and it will be in white. Same thing on general effects, the border on white 20, and same thing for the background, and also for the header, the value, it will be in white. Okay, so put it in here, duplicate this one, and we change it into the room type. Alright, so we have 3 room types and 5 neighborhood groups. Next, we are going to create the cards. Okay, so click in here. And the first one, it will be the average views per month. So here we have reviews per month as an average. Same thing, we are going to format that. So for the value, put it 15. And the label, it will be 10. Same thing for the, so close this one, general. So the background, select background, visual border on, white, and 20. Okay, so same thing in here, it will be white and the value in white. Okay, so we can put this one in here. Can decrease a little bit this one. So we copy this one, paste it 3 times. First one, put it in here. Second one in here. And third one in here. So I'm going to decrease this one a little bit. This one like that. This will be total reviews. Okay, So here we have number of reviews as the sum. Just to adjust that. Next we have the number of neighborhoods. So change this one as count distinct. And the last one, the total hosts. So we select host ID as count distinct. Okay, so like that we have our filters and we have our cards. Next we are going to create two column charts. The first one is total last reviews by year. So select this chart. And on the x-axis we are going to select the last review as year. And on the y-axis we are going to select the count of the last review. Okay, now we're going to format that. So for the title it would be total last reviews by year, right? So it would be white in the center. Effects, background, we select our color. Border on as white 20. Okay, now for the visual x-axis it will be on, and we increase this one like that. Okay, so it will be white, right? And the same thing for the title in white. Okay, now for the y-axis, values in white, title off, and we remove the grid lines. Grid lines off. Whereas for the columns, they will be in white. We can add the labels. Okay, so we select values in white. Alright, so here we have total last reviews by year. The next one, it will be the total reviews by month. So we copy this one, paste it. And here, so since this is the only date we have, we select month in here. And on the y-axis, we are going to select the total reviews per month. Okay, so here we have total reviews by month. So we change the title. Month. Okay, so for the title, we can put them in bold. Same thing in here. And for the x-axis, we can decrease it into 8. All right. Next, we are going to create 3 horizontal bar charts. So we copy this one, paste it in here. And we select this one, so clustered bar chart. We remove this one, remove this one. So on the y-axis, we have a neighborhood group. And on the x-axis, we can select the count of name. All right. So just for the y-axis, we remove the title. And we can change the title. So for the title, it will be total bookings by neighborhood group, right? Neighborhood group. Next one, it will be the average price by neighborhood. So same thing, we can copy paste this one. So here instead of neighborhood group, we have neighborhood, and here we have the price. So we have the average price, and for the price, we can select it as dollar, and it will have 2 decimal places, right? So the title, it will be the average price by neighborhood, right? And third one, it will be the top 10 hosts by total reviews. So copy paste this one. and we remove this one, this one. So on the y-axis we have the host name, the x-axis we have the total reviews, right, number of reviews, and on the filters we add the host ID and we select the top 10 host ID by the number of reviews. Apply, and like that we have the top 10 hosts by total reviews. So we change the title, top 10 hosts by total reviews. Okay, so close this one, close this one, close this one. All right, next we are going to create a donut chart for the total neighbors by group. So same thing, we copy paste this one, and convert it to donut chart. So we remove this one, we select neighborhood group, and the values, it will be the total neighbors. So we're going to format that. We remove the legend. For the labels, it will be category percent of total. And for the slices, we have white, next one, next one. Okay, and we change the title. So we have the total neighborhoods, right, by group. Okay, we can import the logo. Same thing, you can find the link to download the logo in description. Can put it here. On general border on white 20. And we can just put it like that. Okay, now I'm going to create these two tables. So the first one, it will be the average price by neighborhood group and room type. So we can copy this one, paste it like that. And here we select the matrix. So for the rows, it will be neighborhood group, and the columns, it will be the room type. Okay, now I'm going to format that. We remove the subtotals, right? For the values, text white, background, select the background. Same thing in here. Now for the grid border, select everything in white, and for the headers, text in white, background in the center, and same thing for the row. Okay, and also for the grid, do select horizontal, vertical, both of them in white. Okay, so like that we have the average price by neighborhood group and the room type. So we can add the title by neighborhood group and room type. Okay, now for the last one, it will be the average reviews by month by neighborhood group and room type. So copy this one, paste it in here. So instead of average price, we select the average views per month. Okay, we can change the title. Okay, just for this one, we can decrease into, for example, 8, and same thing for the row. Or we can decrease the title. For example, we put it 11. Okay, so now if we close everything like that, we get our final dashboard for New York City Airbnb data. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about customer personality analysis. So this analysis is based on a marketing strategy, which is called the 4Ps. So the 4Ps are product, price, place, and promotion. So as you can see, we are going to create different charts. So we have average income by education, average income by marital status, customers by marital status and total kids at home, customers by year of birth. We have purchase place, the different products, customers by marital status, customers by compliance, customers by education. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset, and you can find this link in description to download it. And as you can read here, customer personality analysis is a detailed analysis of a company's ideal customers. It helps business to better understand its customers and makes it easier for them to modify products according to the specific needs, behaviors, and concerns of different type of customers. So for the columns, we have the ID, so customer's unique identifier, year of birth, education, marital status, the income, so yearly household income, kids at home, number of teenagers at home. So we have date of customers enrollment with the company, recency, and complaint. Whereas for the products, we have mainly 6. So we have wine, fruits, meat, fish, sweet products, and gold products. Whereas for the promotion, we have a number of purchases made without a discount. Then here we have the different campaigns and we have the response. Next, for the place, we have number of purchases made through the company's website, a catalog, in stores, and finally we have number of visits to company's website in the last month. So now let's start creating our different charts. So here I have created a new project, and the first thing that we are going to do is to import our data. So click on get data, text CSV, connect, we click on load. Okay, so once we have imported data, we can see all the columns in here. And the first thing that we are going to do is to modify the complaint column by changing 0 to no and 1 to yes. So to do that, we click in here, transform data. We go to transform. And we go to the complaint column. We change the type to text, replace, and we change the values. So replace values, 0 will be no, and 1 will be yes. Okay. Now, once you save that, you need to give it a name. So I gave it the name marketing project, and you click on apply. Now we close that. Do you want to apply your changes? Yes. So here we have modified our column, and now I'm going to change the background. So click in here, background, color, more colors, and we write the following code: 1F2630 and transparency 0%. Okay, now we have our background. Now I'm going to create our first chart, which is the average salary by education. To do that, we select clustered bar chart, we select education and income as the average. Okay, now I'm going to modify that. Okay, so we can put it like this. First thing to do is to change the background to the same color. The border will be with the following color, so I write the following code: 9EA0A5, rounded corners 20. All right, for the title we have average income by education. It will be the center with the same color in bold. All right, now back to here, y-axis, we remove the title, we select the same color bold, and same thing for the x-axis. So we remove the title and the values will be with the same color in bold. All right, now for the bars, we select the same color and we remove the grid lines. Okay, so like that we have our first chart, which is average income by education. We can also add the labels. So there are labels on, and we select the same color in bold. Okay, next we have the average income by marital status. So copy this one, put it in here, and instead of education we put marital status. Okay, so we change the title, so instead of education we have marital status. Okay, next we have customers by year of birth. So same thing, we copy paste this one, and we change it into clustered column chart. We remove this one, remove this one. We select year of birth on the x-axis, and on the y-axis we are going to select the count of ID. Okay, so here we have our chart. We remove the labels and also the grid lines. All right, next we have customers by marital status and total kids at home. So copy paste this one, and we remove this one, remove this one. On the x-axis we select marital status, and on the y-axis we have total kids at home. All right, so we can change the titles. This one, it will be customers by year of birth. Okay, and this one, it will be customers by marital status and kids at home. Okay, we can also add the labels to this chart. So go to visualizations, the labels on. Okay, next we are going to create 3 donut charts. So one for customers by education, another one for complaints, and also by marital status. So we copy this one, okay, just put it like that, and we change it to donut chart. So we remove this one and we select the ID. All right, and we remove the legend. For the labels, we select category percent of total. Okay, and for the slices we can change into the following colors. For example, we can choose this one. Next, 3. Okay, and the title, it will be customers by education. Okay, so I remove this one. Okay, the next one, it will be customers by complaint. So copy paste this one. Can put it like that, and instead of education we can select the complaint, and also we can change the title. So we have complaint, and also the color. So for the slices, for example, we can select this one and this one. Okay, and the next one, it will be customers by My Little Stars. Okay, so decrease like that. Instead of complaint, we select the My Little Stars. So same thing, we can change the colors. For example, married, we select this one, together this one. It's up to you to change the colors that you want. So this is just to define some colors for different slices. All right, so like that we have our 3 donut charts. Next we are going to create 2 pie charts. So we can copy this one, put it here, and we select pie chart. So remove this one, and this will be for the purchase place. So we can select the catalog, store, and web. Okay, so we can change this one. So click in here, rename for this visual, and we select catalog purchases. Okay, same thing for the second one, it will be store, and that one, it will be the web. So rename, it will be the web. Okay, change the title, select purchase places, and same thing, we can change the colors. So for slices, for example, the first one, it will be this color, second one this color, and third one this color. Okay, so copy this one, copy paste, and the last one, it will be the products. So rename it to products, and for example we can select the fish, just to remove this one. So remove everything, and we select fish, fruits, cold products, meat, and sweet products, for example. Same thing, we can change the title or the names. So the first one, it will be fish, second one fruits, gold products, we have meat, and sweet. Okay, same thing, we can change the colors. First one, for example, it will be this one, second one, okay. So if we close everything, we get our final dashboard for the customer personality analysis. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about data science job salaries. As you can see here, we're going to create many charts. We're going to start by creating filters, company location, and job title. Next, we are going to create 3 donut charts. We have companies by size, experience level, and employment type. Next, we have bar charts. We have a map, and we have a table for the average salary in US dollars by job title and experience level. As you can see, it is an interactive dashboard. When we select one, we get the corresponding values within the different charts. Same thing in here. Same thing in the donut charts, etc. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. Here we have our dataset, and to download it, you can find this link in the description. And here we have the different columns. So we have the work year, we have the experience level, so we have entry level, EN, MI for mid-level, intermediate, for senior level, and we have executive level, director. Next, we have employment type. Same thing, we have 4 different types. So we have PT for part-time, we have full-time, CT for contract, and we have freelance. Next, we have the job title, we have the salary, salary currency, and salary in US dollars. We have employee residence, so employee's primary country of residence. We have a remote ratio, company location, so the country of the employer's main office, and we have company size. So here we have 3 different sizes. We have S for small, M for medium, and L for large. Now let's import our dataset into Power BI and start creating our dashboard. Here I created a new project, and in order to get our data, we click on Get Data. We select Text CSV, Connect. Once you imported the dataset, you click on Load, and on the right you can see our different fields. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to change the background of our project, and to do that we select Visualizations, Format, Canvas Background, and on the color click on More Colors, and we write the following code. So we have 03.11.7a. okay, and transparency we select 0%. okay, just like that we have changed the background. The first thing that we are going to create are the filters. Okay, so we click on Data and also Visualizations. So we select the slicer, right? And the first one would be company location. Now I'm going to format that. So slicer settings, style, it will be drop down. And for the values, so we have the background, it will be this color. And also we're going to select the font as white bold, right? Okay. So decrease this one like that. And also on the header, so the background, it will be same, right? And also the values, they will be white bold. Okay. And same thing on general, so effects, visual border, it will be white 20, and background it will be the same color. Okay, it's like that to get our first filter, which is company location, and we can select any location that we want. All right, now we copy paste. Okay, so we can just put it this way. and instead of company location, I'm going to select the job title. All right, so same thing here, we have all the titles for the different jobs. Next, we are going to create the donut charts, right? So select here donut chart, and the first one, it will be companies by size. So select company size, and same thing on the values, we select the count of company size. And now I'm going to format our chart. So we can here decrease a little bit, right? Same thing in here. Okay, so we select the effects. So background, we select our color, right? The border, it will be white 20. Okay, so the title, same thing, we have companies by size, and it will be the center white bold, right? And for the labels, we select category and percent of total, the values bold white, and for the legend we select off. Okay, so here we have companies by size, and we're going to duplicate that to create the remaining. So put it here, and this one in here, right? Here we have the experience level, right? So select experience level, same thing in here. And here we have employment type. So employment type, and same thing in here, right? We change the title. So here we have the experience level. And here we have the employment type. All right, now we change the colors. For the slices, the first one, we select the first one as this color, for example. The second one like that, and the third one, it will be this one. Same thing for the second one. We select, for example, this one. Next. And for the last one, like that. And same thing for employment type. For example, we select this color, then this color, third one, and we have this one. Okay, so like that we have our donut charts for companies by size, experience level, and employment type. Next, we are going to create bar chart. So duplicate this one, you can put it like that. Okay, select stacked column chart. So remove this one, remove this one. On the x-axis, we are going to put the experience level and employment type. And on the y-axis, we are going to put the average salary in US dollars. Okay. For the title, it will be the average salary in US dollar by employment type and experience level. Okay. Now I'm going to format that. So for the columns, we can select this color, for example. Okay, for the labels on and the values in white, right? And for grid lines horizontal, we remove them, and for the vertical, put them in white solid, right? Next, for the y-axis, so the values display units in thousands, and it will be in white bold, right? Remove the title, and same thing for the x-axis. So remove the title, bold white, and like that we get our chart for average salary in US dollars by employment type and experience level. Next, we're going to duplicate this one, put it in here, and we're going to select map. So on the location, we're going to put company location, and the bubble size, it will be average salary in US dollars. So for the title, it will be average salary in US dollars by location. Okay, location. All right, and for the map settings, we select dark, and for the bubbles, we can select 10 with gray color. For example, we can choose this one. Okay, next we are going to duplicate also this one, so we put it in here like that. Okay, we select the clustered bar chart, so remove everything in here. We have company location and count on the x-axis. So I'm going to select top 10 employee residence. So the title, it will be top 10 employee residence. Okay, and for the units, the x-axis values, it will be row, right? And on the filters, so we select top n, so we put here 10, and here we have the count of company location, apply filter. Okay, so when we select all, for example, we can select only job title, we get the top 10 employee residence. Now for the last chart, which is our table, same thing, we click in here, we duplicate, so put it in here like that. We select table, right? And for the totals, we remove the total, right? On general, title on, so it will be average salary in US dollars by job title, right? And experience level. Okay, so we remove this one, and we add the job title on the top of the list. Okay, so like that we have our table, right? Now I'm going to format that. Okay, so for the headers, background, it will be the background color, which is 03117A. Okay, it will be in the center, white bold, and same thing for the values. So the text will be white, background, it is the same color, Same thing in here, the text and the background. Okay, now we can decrease this one a little bit, and we can sort by the job title. Okay, so like that, if we close everything, we get our final dashboard for data science job salaries. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about total earthquakes from 1900 to 2040. As you can see here, I'm going to create different charts. So I'm going to start by creating two filters, one for magnitude type and the second one is for the years. Next, we are going to create a card for total earthquakes. We have a bar charts for total earthquakes by magnitude, by month. We have an area chart for total earthquakes by year. We have a histogram. We have a scatter plot for depth and magnitude relationship, and also we have a map. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset. As you can see here, we have many columns. The first one is the time, so when the earthquake happened. Same thing for the date. Then we have another column which we are not going to use. Same thing for this one. We are going to remove it, and also we are not going to use it. We have latitude and longitude. We have the depth, the magnitude type. We have the NST, the gap, the minimum, the RMS, net. We have the ID, so each earthquake has an ID. We have the updated date. We have the place, and also we have the type, which is earthquake. This last column, it is the one that we are going to create in order to create our histogram. So now I'm going to create a new project, import the dataset, and start creating the dashboard. Okay, here I created a new project, and to import our data, we click on Get Data. We select Excel, Connect. We select Query, Load, and here on the right, we can see all the columns within our dataset. Now the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to change the background. So we click on Format, Background. We select Black with transparency 0%. Okay. Next we are going to create two filters. So we click on the slicer. And the first one, it will be the magnitude, right? Magnitude type. Now I'm going to format that. So for the select general effects, background will be black. The border will be white, 20. For the visual, the values, they will be white. And the background will be black. We can even put bold. Same thing for the header. So it will be magnitude type in white, bold, and it will be drop down. Okay, so here we have our first filter, which is magnitude type. Okay, put it like that. Okay, the next one, it will be the date, so we copy paste, and instead of the type, we select the date, and it will be between. Okay, so for the header, we have the year, and for the values in white and bold. Okay, next we are going to create the card, and to do that we select card, and we want the total earthquakes, so it will be the count, and rename, we have total earthquakes. Okay, same thing for the value, we have white, bold, it will be 25. Same thing for the label, it will be 10 white bold. And for the general, so we have the background in black, border on in white 20. So we can put it here. All right. Next, we're going to create a bar chart for total earthquakes by month. And to do that, we select clustered column chart. So we have on the x-axis the date, which will be the month. And on the y-axis, we have the count. All right. So you can put it like that. So it will be title total earthquakes by month. It will be in white in the center, bold, and for the background black with the border white 20. For example, for the type, we can select the first one. We have MB. And now I'm going to format our chart. So for the x-axis, it will be bold in white. And same thing for the title. For the y-axis, values, same thing. And we remove the title. And the grid lines we select off. Okay, we can add the labels in white bold. All right, so this one we put it here, and we can add the type into the legend. All right, so we can just format the legend. It will be top center, and it will be bold white 8. Now, for example, if you want to compare two types, we can press Ctrl key and we select 2 or 3. And if we don't want to have them side by side, we can change it into stacked column chart. All right. So here, for example, we can do the comparison between the total earthquakes of different types. All right. So if we remove this one, select MB. And for the labels, position outside end. All right. Okay, so like that. Next, we have total earthquakes by magnitude, right? So copy paste. So we can increase it like that. Okay, so here we remove the legend. We convert it to clustered column chart, and instead of the date month, we remove the month. We remove this one, and on the x-axis we are going to select the magnitude, and on the y-axis we have the count of ID. All right, so we change the title, magnitude, and we can remove the grid lines. All right, we can also change the title, x-axis. So for the title we have magnitude. Same thing, we are going to duplicate this one, copy paste, put it in here, and it will be total earthquakes by year. So for the date we have the year, and it will be in area chart. Okay, we can remove the labels and grid lines. For the title it will be by year. Okay, next we have depth histogram. So copy paste this one, put it here. So remove this one. On the x-axis we have the depth. And as you can see here, we don't have clear columns. So what we are going to do is that we are going to create new group, which will be named depth bins. And for the size, we select 100. Okay. So instead of depth, we put the bins. All right. Now for the columns layout, the space we select 0, and the border it will be on in white. For the title it will be depth histogram, and same thing for the x-axis, it will be the depth. Alright, so here we have our histogram. So same thing, we copy this one, copy paste. And we select scatter plot. Okay, so we remove this one, remove this one. On the x-axis we are going to put the depth, and y-axis we are going to put the magnitude. So don't summarize, and on the x-axis we have the depth, on the y-axis we have the magnitude. White bold, and it will be depth and magnitude relationship, and same thing for the size. So markers for the size, for example, can decrease it to -20. Okay, and final chart it will be the map. So same thing, copy paste. So we select the map. For the location we select place, and bubble size it will be count of IT. So for map settings we select dark, and the title it will be total earthquakes by place. Okay, so for the size, for example, we can increase it to 0. Okay, so close this one, and like that we get our final dashboard for total earthquakes between 1900 and 2014. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about Goodreads. As you can see here, we're going to create different charts. We are going to start by an area chart for books by publication date. We have 3 bar charts, so authors by total books, publishers by total books, and titles by rating count. We're going to import 2 images, and finally we are going to create a radial bar chart for top 10 language codes. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset, and you can find this link in the description to download it. Now if we go down here, you can see the different columns. So we have 12 in total, and the first one is the book ID, so a unique identification number for each book. We have the title, authors, the average rating, the ISBN. Same thing, we have 13-digit ISBN to identify the book. We have a language code, number of pages. We have ratings count, text reviews count, and if we select all, we get the 2 last columns, which are the publication date and the publisher. Okay, so now let's import our dataset and start creating our charts. Here I have created a new project, so we click on Get Data, Text CSV, Connect. We click on Load. Okay, so we have some errors, and we are going to delete the rows that contain the errors. So we click on View Errors. So get this window. We select the column that contains the errors. We click on Remove Rows, and we select Remove Errors. Okay, we have 2 remaining. So click in here, Remove Errors. Okay. Now we need to save that, and also we need to give it a name. So for me, I gave it the name Goodreads project, and select Apply. Okay, so we can close this one. Yes. Alright, so now we have our dataset in here, and the first thing that we are going to do is to change the background. So we select Format, Background, Color, More Colors, and we write the following code. Okay, we select the color, transparency 0%, and we get our background. Close this one. Next, we are going to create the area chart for books by publication date. So we can select in here the area chart. We have the date, so publication date on the x-axis as the year, and on the y-axis we have the count. Okay, now I'm going to format that. The first thing we are going to do is to change its background. We add the border. So for the color, we write the following code: 46, 30, 20, and bordered corners 20. Now for the visual, on the x-axis, for the values, we select the same color in bold, and also for the y-axis, we remove the title, and the values will be with the same color in bold. For the title, it will be books by publication date, in the center with the same color in bold. And now for the grid lines, we select off, off. And for the lines, so the colors, we have our color. Okay, and for example here, stroke width, we can put it 1. Okay, so here we have our chart. Next we are going to create the bar charts. So we start by the authors by total books. So duplicate this one. Okay, so we remove this one, remove this one. We select the bar chart. So on the y-axis we have the authors, and on the x-axis we are going to have the count. All right, same thing, we are going to format that. So for the bars we have the color, and we add the labels in the same color, bold, and the position, it will be outside end. Okay, for the y-axis we remove the title and we increase the width to 35 for example. Whereas for the title we have authors by total books. Okay, so for just for the y-axis, for the color we have the same color. Okay, so we copy paste, put it here, and it will be publishers by total books. So we remove the authors and we select the publisher. Okay, so we change the title into publishers. All right, and the third one, it will be titles by rating count. So copy paste. Okay, so we remove this one, remove this one. On the y-axis we have the title, and on the x-axis we have the rating count. Okay, so we can increase the width to 45 for example, and the title, it will be titles by rating count. Okay, so like that we have our bar charts. Next we are going to import the images. So we select insert, add an image. So same thing, you can find the links in description. So here we have the first one. You can put it like that, and we add the second one. You can put it in here. Okay, now the last step, it will be creating the radial bar chart, and to do that you need to sign in. Once you are in, you can click in here, get more visuals, and you select radial. Import this one, we have dynamic radial bar chart. We select add. So the visual was successfully imported into this report. You click on OK, and you can see it in here. Now I'm going to create our radial bar chart for top 10 language codes. So copy paste this one, put it in here. Okay, this one here. All right, so we remove everything. We select our radial bar chart. So for the groups we have language code, and for the measures we have the total books. Now we have set top 10, so we select here top n 10 by the total books. Apply. Okay, now I'm going to format our visual. So the maximum value put 9000. Okay, the labels format, so it will be default. Text, it will be in our color bold. Okay, so close this one. Number labels off. Radial bar, so for the shadow we put our color. Okay, for the colors we select our color. Okay, put everything the same color. For the design, so the opacity, it will be 100%. Okay, quarter reference lines, we put them off. Okay, so like that we have our bar chart for top 10 language codes. So we change the title. Have top 10 language codes. All right, so now if we close everything, we get our final dashboard for Goodreads dataset. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about Hollywood most profitable stories. As you can see here, I'm going to create different charts. We have bar charts, we have donut charts, and we have scatter plots. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. Here we have our dataset, so you can find this link in description to download it. And as you can see here, we have 74 movies released between 2007 and 2012. And if we go down here, we have 8 columns. So we have the name of the film, we have the genre, lead studio, the audience score, profitability, and also we have movie rating on Rotten Tomato, we have worldwide gross, and we have the year. So now let's import our dataset and start creating our charts. Here I have created a new project, and to get our data we click on get data, text CSV, connect, load, and we can see here on the right the different columns. So the first chart will be a bar chart for profitability by studio. So click on clustered bar chart, we click on profitability and on lead studio. Okay, so now I'm going to format that. First thing that we're going to do is to change the title. So we have profitability by lead studio, in the center bold black, and we add the border with rounded corners 20. For the visual, the bars all will be in black, and for the grid lines we select off. For the y-axis, same thing, it will be black bold with no title, and same thing for the x-axis. Okay, so here we have our chart, and we can add also the labels. So the values will be outside and bold black. All right, okay, just okay. So the next one, it will be profitability by genre. So copy paste this one. Okay, put it here. And instead of lead studio, we have the genre. So we can change the title. General title, it will be genre. Okay. Next we have the donut charts. So same thing, copy paste this one. You can put it here. And it will be donut chart for total movies by genre. So we have genre and we have the count of the films. Okay, now same thing, we're going to format that. We start by removing the legend, and for the details it will be category percent of total. Next we have the slices, so for example we can put black. Next, okay, so for this one we can decrease it like that. And so copy paste twice, so one we put it here and the second one in here. Same thing, I'm going to decrease that. Okay, so this one is total films by genre. So the title, it will be total films by genre. Copy this one. And this one, it will be total films by year. Okay, so instead of the genre, I'm going to put the year. Okay, and we can sort that, so sort axis by year. And same thing, we can change the colors. So for slices, for example 2007, put this one. So it's up to you to choose the colors that you want. All right, and this one, it will be total films by lead studio. So we change the title, total films by lead studio. Okay, so instead of the genre, we put the lead studio. And same thing, we are going to change the colors. So for the slices, we can put this one. Example, here we can choose the dark colors in here. All right. Next we have the scatter plots. So copy paste this one. Okay, just put it here, and we change it to scatter plot. So on the x-axis we're going to put Rotten Tomatoes. All right, don't summarize. And on the y-axis we're going to put the audience score. Same thing, don't summarize. And for the axis, so we add the title bold. Okay, same thing for the y-axis. And we remove the grid lines. Okay, so we can change the title. So we have the audience score and tomatoes percentage, same thing. So the next one, it will be worldwide growth and Rotten Tomatoes. So same thing, copy paste this one. So it will be like that. Okay. And instead of the audience score, we have worldwide growth, and don't summarize. Okay, so we can change the title. So have worldwide growth. Okay, so if we close this one, we get our final dashboard for Hollywood most profitable stories. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard using house sales in King County, USA. As you can see, we are going to create different charts. We have a bar chart, we have a map, scatter plot, and also box plot. I'm going to use slicers, and also I'm going to use parameters. As you can see, I'm going to create two different parameters, and in our dataset we have many fields. So instead of creating 9 different slicers, we are going to create 2 different parameters. And for example, as you can see, when we select bedrooms, we have a list of bedrooms, and this list will automatically appear in here, and we are going to select the number of bedrooms that we have. So instead of creating 9 different slicers for the 9 different fields, we are going to create 2 parameters, and we are going to select the field in the first parameter and the list within the field in the second parameter. For example, if we want to select all the 5 bedrooms waterfront, so we click on waterfront, it will be 1, and we come back to the first one, we press Ctrl key, we select bedrooms, and the same thing in here, we go to 1, so we remove this one, remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. So we said 5 bedrooms, and like that we get our 5 bedrooms, right? So here we have total sales by month. As you can see, October and June are the highest ones since they contain 4, so for 5 bedrooms waterfront. Same thing, we can see the price on the map and the relationship between the square feet living, so the area in square feet, and the price. And also here we can see the different prices, so we have the average, the maximum, the minimum, etc. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset, and you can find this link in description to download dataset directly. As you can see, this dataset contains house sales prices for King County and between May 2014 and May 2015. And if you go down here, we can see that we have 21 columns, right? So the first one is the ID of each cell, and we have the date, the price, the total bedrooms and total bathrooms. next we have the square feet living, right? So the size in square feet, the low square feet, the floors, waterfront 1 or 0. So if it is 0, it is not waterfront. If it is 1, it is waterfront. We have its view. So the view was from 0 to 4. We have the condition. So the better is the condition, the higher is the value. Same thing for grade. We have the square feet above, square feet of the basement, the built year, the renovation year. We have the zip code. We have latitude and longitude for the maps. And we have also the square feet living and square feet load. So now let's import our dataset and start creating our dashboard. So here I have created new report, and to get data we click on get data, text CSV. All right, we click on load. Okay, so here we have imported our dataset, and as you can see we have all the fields in here. The first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to create the parameters. So click on modeling, new parameter, fields. So here we select our fields. So we have bathrooms, bedrooms, the condition, the floors, the grade. We have the view, waterfront, year built and renovated. Create. So format that. Settings, it will be drop down, and for the header it will be bold in black, and same thing for the values. We also add the border, so it will be on 20. Okay, so I can decrease this one like that. So we copy paste this one, put it in here, and for this one, so click on the parameter and show values of selected field. Now if we select the bedrooms, we can have the list of the bedrooms in here, right? Same thing if we select the view, we get the view in here, right? So here we have created our parameters. Next we are going to create the slicers. So same thing, slicer. First one, it will be the date, and we're going to format that. So for the header, same thing in black, values also. Okay, and we add the border 20. So we can put it here in the center like that. Okay, decrease this one like this, decrease this one, and we can decrease this one. Now we add the size here. So instead of the date, we have the square feet living. Okay, and next, so copy paste. Just move this one like this. Can decrease this one. All right. Here we have the price. Okay, so like that we have our parameters and our slicers. Now I'm going to create different charts. So we start by the bar chart. So we set the count of the cells by month. So remove the year, the quarter, and the day. Okay, so we can put it here like that, and we're going to format that. So the first thing that we need to do is to add the labels and remove the grid lines. So for the labels, they will be black in bold, right? And same thing for the X and Y axis. So remove the title and the values in black bold. Same thing for the X axis. So remove the title, black and bold. For the title, it will be sales, total sales by month. It will be in the center, black bold, and we can add the border. So effects, border on, and it will be 20. Same thing, we can decrease this one a little bit. And for the colors, so go to the colors, select the gradient, and we have the count of the ID, right? So the minimum, it will be this color, the maximum black, and we add middle color, should be gray. Okay, now we can remove the legend, and like that we get our bar chart. Next we are going to create the map. So select the map, and for latitude we have the latitude, same thing for longitude, and for the bubble size we are going to select the average of the price. Okay, now we can put it like that, and we are going to format the map. Okay, so just like this. So go here, map settings, it would be dark. So for the title it will be the average price, and also the border, same thing, it will be black 20, right? Now for the colors, so with the bubbles, right, colors, we select gradient, and the lowest value it will be this red, and the highest value, so more colors, it will be this red. So it will be the price as the average. Okay, alright, so here we have our map. So just for the dimensions, this right. Okay, for the title it will be in the center, black and bold. Alright, next we have the scatter plots. So we select scatter plot, and the y-axis we have the price, don't summarize, right? And on the y-axis we are going to have the square foot living, same thing, don't summarize. Okay, we are going to format that. So we remove the grid lines. As you can see, we have a positive correlation between the two variables. So for the x-axis, the values in black and bold, and same thing for the title. So bold, black, y-axis also the same thing. So black, bold, and same thing for the title. Alright, so for the effects, border on 20, and the title it will be bold, black in the center. Okay, so just for the All right, so the grid lines, remove this one. So for the grid lines, remove also vertical grid lines. And for the colors, so go to markers, color, and we select same thing, the gradient. So here the gradient, and we have the price as the average, right? So same thing, the lowest value, the highest value, and the mid value, right? Okay, and also I'm going to remove the legend. So legend off. Okay, so here also we have our scatter plot. Just here we are going to put okay, so remove this one. And the price in here. Don't summarize. Okay, now to create the box plot, we click in here, get more visuals, search box, and we select this one, add. Okay, and here we have our box, so we click on it, and on the axis we are going to put the price. Axis category 1 we are going to put the bedrooms, and for the value we are going to put the price as the average. Alright, so here we have our box plot, and we're going to format that. So the first thing that we need to do is to add the border 20, and same thing for the title. So we have the price by total bedrooms, right? In the center, black bold. Next, we're going to modify, so for the grid lines off, for the x-axis it will be in black, so title color so in black, and same thing for the y-axis, so black, title color black, and here for the dots I'm going to put them in black. Okay, so if we click in here like that, we get our box plot. So if we close everything, we get our final dashboard for the total house sales in King County in USA. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard using the IBM HR dataset. The link to download the dataset and also the logo are available in the description. And as you can see here, we have several charts for the employees by different categories and fields. For example, we have employees by hourly rate, employees by age, gender, education field, job role, department, marital status, and business travel. The dataset contains many fields, and these are just some fields that you can use to create a dashboard, which means that you can choose any other fields if you want to create another dashboard. But before creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here, if we click on table view, as you can see here, we have 1470 rows, and here we have our fields. we have continuous variables, and we have categorical variables. For example, we have age, the attrition, so yes or no. Business travel, same thing, category. Daily rate, the department. Distance from home. Education field, the employee count. So this column we are going to use it to create all our charts, since it gives us one for each row. Then we have the employee number, the environment satisfaction. We have the gender, hourly rate, job involvement, the job level, job role. Same thing, we are going to use also this column to create our chart. Job satisfaction, marital status, and we have the monthly income, monthly rate, and also here we have number of companies worked over 18, so all of them are over 18 years old. Overtime, so here we have yes or no. Same thing, person salary hike, performance rating, relationship satisfaction. We have standard hours, so most of them like I have 80. Stock option level, total working years, so this is the experience. Training times last year. Work-life balance, okay. Years at the same company. Years in current role. Years since last promotion, and years with the current manager. So now I'm going to import our data set and create our charts. Here I created a new file, and to get our data, we click on Get Data. We select Text CSV, and we import the IBM data set. So we click on Load. Okay, so now if we click here, we have all the fields to create our dashboard. So the first chart, it will be employees by hourly rate, and we click on here, clustered column chart. We put it in here. So on the x-axis, we are going to select hourly rate, and on the y-axis, we are going to select employee count. All right. Now I'm going to format our chart, and we are going to duplicate it to create different charts, to not format each chart by itself. So first we start by the title. We click in here, general title. So we have employees by hourly rate. So bold, and it will be black in center. Okay, we'll go back to visual. For the x-axis, we are going to remove the title, and the values bold black, right? Same thing for the y-axis. We click on y-axis, we remove the title. Same thing for the values, it will be black bold, right? For the grid lines, we select off, and we go back to general, effects, visual border on. So we select this blue color, and rounded corners we select 20. Or if you want, we can get back the title for the x-axis. Okay, so if we go to the title, we put on, and we put it same thing in black and bold. All right, so here we have our first chart, which represents the employees by hourly rate. Next, to create the employees by age, so we click on our first chart, we copy and paste, so put it in here. All right, and we go to the hourly rate, so we remove it from the x-axis, and we replace it by age. We can also change the title, so we have employees by age. Okay, and as you can see here, all the values start from 18, right? So we click on the chart, go to the x-axis, and the minimum, it will be 18. All right, so like that, you get our second chart. Next, for employees by education field, same thing, we copy this one, paste it, put it in here, and we are going to change it into the clustered bar chart. So we remove the hourly rate, and we are going to put the education field into the y-axis. Same thing, we are going to format that. First, we remove the title from the y-axis, and we are going to add the labels. So there are labels on, and it will be bold in black. So here we can change the sizes a little bit. Put it this way. Going to decrease this one in here. Same thing, decrease the width, like that. Here's for this one, same thing. Okay, here we are going to go back to formatting, and for the y-axis, so increase the maximum width to get all the values. All right, decrease this one also a little bit. Next, we have employees by job role. So same thing, we click on this one, copy paste, we put it here. Okay, decrease this one a little bit. All right, and for both of them we need to change the title. So the first one, it is education field, so we go here, general, the title, it will be education field, and here we have the job role. Okay, so if we go back to here, instead of education field, we put the job role. All right, we can also increase the width. So go back to y-axis and you increase the maximum width until you get the full text in here. Okay, so we can put it like 40. All right, 39 or 40. Okay, we can put it like that. Same thing for this one. Next, we have employees by business travel. So we click on the first one, we copy paste, we can put it in here. Okay, and we remove hourly rate, we replace it by business travel. Okay, so for the title on the x-axis, it will be off. It will be also for the font, put it as 8. Same thing, we change the title. So we have employees by business travel. And also I'm going to add the labels. So visual, there are labels on, and it will be black and bold. All right. The next bar chart, it will be employees by department. So we click, copy, paste, put it in here. And for the title, we put it employees by department. And same thing, we are going to remove business travel and we put department. Okay, so go back in here. Next, we are going to create two donut charts, one for the gender and the other for marital status. So click on this one, copy paste, can put it in here, right? For visualizations, we are going to select the donut chart. Instead of department, we are going to select the gender. So I'm going to format that. First, the title, it will be employees by gender. For the labels, it will be category and percent of total, right? And also I'm going to remove the legend, right? I'm going to do the same thing for the marital status. Copy this one, paste, put it in here, and instead of gender we're going to put the marital status. We're going to change the title, so we have the title marital status, and I'm going to change the slices, so we can put first one, then the second one, and here we have all the colors in blue. Okay, so the last thing that we are going to do is we are going to import the IBM logo. So click on insert, here we have add an image, and we are going to add the borders. So select effects, visual border on, it will be in blue, and same thing, select 24 rounded corners. Okay, so like that we get our IBM HR dashboard, and as you can see it is an interactive dashboard. So when we select one field, we get the corresponding values for each category. Okay, same thing if we click in here, if we select divorced, for example, married, single, okay, for example male, female, etc. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about 120 years of Olympics data. As you can see here, I'm going to create different charts. For example, we have horizontal bar charts, vertical bar charts, scatter plots, distributions, and also I'm going to use filters. So here we have 6 filters. First one is for different sports that exist within the Olympics. We have sex for male and female. We have the year, so from start date to end date. We have the city, medals, and also the season. For the charts, we are going to create countries by total medals, athletes by total medals, athletes by year, height and weight correlation, top 10 sports by total medals, athletes by height, weight, and age. For example, if we choose another type, we get the new values from all the charts. Same thing if we select all. Same thing for the seasons, we have winter or summer, etc. But before start creating our dashboard, we are going to first explore our dataset. Here we have our dataset on Kaggle, so you can find this link in the description if you want to download it directly from Kaggle. And also you can find the link to my GitHub repository to download this dataset and also the logo. The dataset contains Olympics data from 1896 to 2016. And as you can see here for the content, we have mainly 15 columns. The first one, it is an ID, so unique number for each athlete, the name of the athlete, sex, age, height, weight, and the team, so the team name. We have a National Olympic Committee, games, so year and season. We have the year, which is an integer. Season, we have 2 seasons, so summer or winter. We have the city, so host city, the sport, the event, and also the medals. So we have gold, silver, and bronze, and also we have NAs, okay? But we are not going to remove the NAs, okay, as we are going to calculate the total medals by country and also by athlete, right? Now we are going to import this dataset on Power BI and start creating our charts. So here we create a new project, and in order to import our dataset, we click on Get Data, and we select Text CSV, Connect, and we import Athlete Events file. So here we have athlete events.csv. We click on Load. Once we have imported our dataset, as you can see here, we have all the columns. We are going to convert 3 columns from text data to integers. These columns are age, height, and weight, and we are going to use them to create our distributions. To do that, we click in here, transform data, So we have Power Query Editor, right? We select 3 columns. As you can see here, we have the age, the height, and weight. They are text data. So select first one, second one, and third one. Okay, we go to transform. As you can see here, data type from text, we select whole number. Replace current. Okay, now we have errors. In order to create our charts, we are going to replace the errors by zeros, and we use a filter for all the values which are strictly greater than 0. To do that, we go to replace values, replace errors, and the value put 0. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to save that, and you can give a title to your project. Alright, so I gave it the name of Olympics project and click on apply. Okay, once it is done, you can close this one. And do you want to apply your changes now? Select yes. Okay, so here we have the weight, the height, and the age as integers. Now we start by creating our filters, and to do that we go to here, slicer, we click, and our first filter will be sport. So click on sport. Okay, now we are going to format our filter, and we are going to duplicate that to create the other filters to avoid formatting each filter by itself. First thing that we are going to do is to go here, slicer settings, style, it will be drop down. For general, we have effects, border on, it will be black, 24 rounded corners. Okay, now we decrease this one like that. Okay, put it here. And also for the values, we select bold and it will be in black. Okay, so here we have sports. I'm going to copy that. Okay, second one. Do that 4 more times. So second one here, this one in here. Okay, and the last one it will be in here. Okay, so we can just decrease one of them. All right, so the second one it will be sex. Okay, the third one it will be the year, and for the year we are going to select, so slider settings, it will be between. Okay, next we have the city, so remove sport and replace it by city. Next we have middle, right, and the last one it will be the season. Okay, so like that we have all the filters, and also I'm going to import the logo. So click on insert. Here we have add an image to your report, and we add our logo. Okay, so you can put it in the center like that. All right, with the black border and rounded corners 20. Okay, next we are going to create our first horizontal bar chart for total medals by country. So we go here, we select clustered bar chart. So on the x-axis we are going to have the count of medals, right? And on the y-axis we are going to have the team. Alright, same thing, we are going to format our chart and duplicate it several times for each chart to avoid formatting each chart by itself. First thing that we are going to do is to remove the titles. So for y-axis, title off. Same thing for the x-axis, title off. Also for the grid lines, off. and also for the values for both y-axis and x-axis it will be black, bold. Okay, same thing for the x-axis, so values bold, black. And also we can add the labels, so if we decrease here, there are labels and the values, they will be bold black and it will be inside center. Okay, for example, if we select female, gold and summer, we get our values. Now we add the border, it will be black 20, and also the title. So we have countries by total metals. Okay, so we copy this one, paste it in here, decrease the size a little bit, and here for the title, as we have said, it will be in the center black, bold, and same thing in here, it will be athletes by total metals. Okay, so bold and it will be black in the center. So instead of the team, we're going to have the name of the athlete. Alright, for the names, we can go to y-axis and increase the maximum width to, for example, 40% in order to see the names. Okay, so like that, normally we have our charts. Next we are going to click on this one, copy paste, right, put it in here. So we remove team, middle, convert it to clustered column chart, right, and on the x-axis we are going to put the year, on the y-axis we are going to put the ID, and the title, it will be total athletes by year, right, so it will be in the center, right, and we are going to remove the grid lines, so grid line, the label off, and for grid line, for vertical off, and for the color we are going to put yellow. As you can see on the logo we have blue, yellow, green, red and black, so we are going to use all the colors in the different charts to get all the colors within the logo. So for this one we are going to put it in yellow, so for visual, colors, color, and we select yellow, right, same thing, we are going to copy paste that. Okay, so put it in here. Okay, and instead of here, so go back to here, we remove everything. So on the x-axis we are going to put the sport, and y-axis we are going to put count of medal. Okay, for the filters, sport, we select top N, so it will be top 10 sports by total medals, right, and we have here the count, apply. All right, we can add the labels, so if we go here, there a label on, and I'm going to decrease the size to 8, right, it will be outside end, and the title, it will be top 10 sports by medals, right, so top 10 sports by medals. All right, same thing on the x-axis, for example. Okay, we can decrease the, okay, put it 8. All right. Okay, same thing, we can click on this chart, copy paste, put it in the center like that. Okay, so convert it to scalar chart. We remove everything. On the x-axis we are going to put the height, and y-axis we are going to put the weight. So don't summarize, and here, for example, we can choose the minimum value for x-axis. Okay, so for the height to be, for example, 110. Okay, so this will be height and weight correlation, right? And the color, we are going to put it in red. So markers, color, and we select red. Okay, so like that we have height and weight correlation. Okay, and the last charts will be the distributions. So same thing, we copy paste this one, can put it in here, right? And on the x-axis we remove year and we put the age. So here we have age distribution, right? Same thing, on the x-axis we can put minimum 10, and for the color I'm going to put it not grid lines, colors in green. So more colors, and we select green. Okay, it's green. All right, so the title will be Athletes by Age. All right, same thing, we copy paste that twice. So one, we put it in here like that. Okay, the second one like this. So this one, it will be the height or the weight, and this one it will be the height, right? Okay, for example, for the height we can change the minimum to 110, and the weight, for example, to 30. Same thing, you can change the title. So this one, it will be the weight, and this one, it will be the height. All right, for example, for the x-axis we can display the title and we put it black and bold, right? And same thing for the weight. Okay, so now if we close all this like that, you get our final dashboard for the 120 years of Olympics data. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about TripAdvisor hotels reviews in Las Vegas. As you can see, I'm going to create different charts. I'm going to start by two radial bar charts for total users by continent and traveler type. We have two bar charts for hotels by stars and hotels by total rooms. We have donut chart and we have two cards. But before start creating our dashboard, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset, and we have 504 rows. So we have user country, number of reviews, number of hotel reviews, helpful votes, score, period of stay. So mainly we have here quarters. We have traveler type, swimming pool, exercise room, basketball within the hotels. yoga classes, club, free Wi-Fi. We have also the hotel name, the hotel stars. So we have 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, and 5. We have number of rooms for each hotel, user continent, member years, review month, and review weekday. So now I'm going to create a new project and we are going to import our dataset and start creating our charts. Here we have our new project, and to insert the data we click on get data, text CSV, and you can find the link to download the dataset in the description. So you click on connect. Okay, we click on load. Okay, so you can see here we have all the rows, and the first thing to do is that we are going to change the background. So we click on more colors and we write the following code. So we have 01 E2 A0 and transparency 0%. Okay, next we are going to change the hotel stars data type. So we click on transform. Okay, so here we select hotel stars and we go to transform. So the data type, it will be decimal number, replace current, and as you can see here, for example, for 4.5 we have 45 and 3.5 we have 35. So I'm going to replace 35 by 3.5 and 45 by 4.5. So replace values, value to find 35, we replace it by 3.5. Okay, and same thing for 45. Okay, now once we save it, we need to give it a name. So I gave it a name TripAdvisor project. Click on apply and we close. Yes. Now to create our radial bar chart, we need first to sign in. So you click on sign in and you write your email in here. So once you are in, you click on get more visuals. So you search for radial and we import this one, dynamic radial bar chart. You click on add. Okay, the visual was successfully imported into this report and you can see it in here. Now we can create our first radial bar chart, which is total users by continent. So we click on this chart. For the groups, we have user continent. And for first measures, we have the count. So the count of the user continent. All right, now I'm going to format that. So we start by the background. The border, it will be black and rounded corners 20. So the title, it will be total users by continent, black, bold in the center. All right, now for the visual maximum value we select 300. Okay, data labels format, so the units default, and for the text it will be black, bold. For the labels, we remove the labels. Radial bar, so for the shadow we select our color, and for the colors we put everything in black. Okay, for the design, the opacity we put it to 100. Okay, and for the reference lines, we put them off. Okay, so here we have our first chart. So we can just decrease it like that. Okay, now we right click on the visual, copy, and we paste it like that. You can put it in here. Alright, so for the group and first measure, we are going to select for the groups the traveler type, and for the first measure, same thing, the count. Okay, now for the maximum value, we can select 220. Alright, and for the colors, we are going to change them into black. We can change the title, which will be traveler type. Okay, so we can increase the size a little bit like that. Next, we are going to create the bar charts. So we select this chart, and the first one, it will be hotels by stars. So we select the hotel stars in here. So on the y-axis, and on the x-axis, we are going to have the hotel name as count distinct. Okay, now I'm going to format that. So we start by the background and the visual 20. Same thing for the title. So we have hotels by stars, and same thing for the bars, they will be black. Okay, now for the y-axis, we remove the title and it will be black bold. Same thing for the x-axis, it will be black bold, and for the title it will be in the center in bold. Okay, we can also add the labels. So let the labels on, and it will be black in bold. For the position, it will be outside end. Okay, so we have 8 hotels 5 stars, 5 4 stars, 4 3 stars. Okay, so here we have 3.5 and here we have 4.5. So the next chart, it will be hotels by total rooms. So same thing, copy paste this one, put it like that. Okay, so on the y-axis, I remove this one and remove this one. So for the y-axis, we are going to have the hotel name, and on the x-axis, we are going to have the number of rooms as the average. Okay, because we have the names of the hotels which are repeated many times, so like that with average we get exactly the number of rooms. So for the values on the x-axis, the unit, it will be none. Okay, and decimal places, 0 decimal places. The same thing for the labels. So the value, the unit, it will be none, and decimal places 0. Okay, it will be bold. Right, same thing for this one, it will be bold. And we can change the y-axis, so the maximum width, we can put it 45. All right, the title, it will be hotels by total rooms. Okay. Next we have a donut chart for users by period of stay. So we can copy paste this one, put it in here like that. Okay, we can remove everything. We select donut chart and can select period of stay, and the value, same thing, it will be the count. All right, we can format that. So we have the title users by period of stay, and for the legend it will be off. For the labels we have the category percent of total, and also we are going to change the slices. So for example we have black. Next. Okay, so like that we have our donut chart for users by period of stay, and we can import also the logo. Same thing, you can find the link in description to download the logo. So add an image. Okay, so like that we have a logo in here, and we can add the two cards. So the first one, it will be the total hotels count distinct, so we rename it total hotels, and same thing, so the values in black, same thing in here with the background and also the border. All right, now okay, and we can copy paste this one. So it will be the average score. So here we have the score as the average. Okay, so we can rename this one score average. All right, now if we close everything like that, we get our final dashboard for our TripAdvisor project. In this video, I'm going to create the following dashboard, which is about World Cup results from 1930 to 2014. As you can see, we are going to first import the logo of the World Cup and insert two text boxes, one on the top for World Cup results and the second one for the dates. Next, we are going to create stacked bar chart for competition statistics by year. As you can see here, for each year we have qualified teams, matches played, and goals scored. Next, we are going to create a donut chart for World Cup winners. After that, we have two horizontal bar charts, one for countries qualified to the World Cup, and the second one is for the countries hosted the World Cup. Finally, we are going to create a map for the attendance by country and year. As you can see, we are going to use the black color as the background, and also we are going to customize the colors for the titles backgrounds, the different charts using different colors codes. But before start creating our charts, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset. You can find this link to download directly the dataset from Kaggle, and you can find the second link if you want to download the dataset from my GitHub repository. And same thing, you can find the third link to download the World Cup logo. So here we have mainly three sheets. So we have World Cup matches.csv, World Cup players.csv, and World Cups.csv. For the first one, World Cup matches.csv, we have 20 columns. So here, if we select all, apply, the first column is the year, then we have the date time. So it is the date on which the match was played. Then we have the stage, the stadium, the city. Next we have home team name and home team goals, right? So the total goals scored by the home team by the end of the match. The same thing, we have away team goals. After that we have the away team name, win conditions, attendance. We have the goals scored by the home team until halftime. Same thing in here, goals scored by the away team until halftime. We have the referee, the assistants, the round ID, the match ID, home team initials, and away team initials. So you can see here we have a lot of null values for the two last columns. For the second file, same thing, we have 9 columns. So the first one is the round ID, then the match ID, and here we have team initials, the coach name, the lineup, shirt number, player name, position, and the event. And for the third file, we have World Cups, and here same thing, we have the year, the country, the winner, runners up, and here we have the positions. So we have the third place or third position, we have the fourth, goals scored, qualified teams, matches played, and the attendance. But most of the charts that we are going to create, we are going to use the third file, which is worldcups.csv. So now let's import our files into Power BI and start creating our charts. So we click on Excel workbook. Here we have our file with 3 sheets. So select all the sheets and you click on load. Alright, so now we have our 3 files in here. First one, second one, and the third one. Here we have data view for each file. Same thing for the second one and the third one. And here we have the model view. So you can see if we decrease this one and we put this one in here and this one in here. All right. So here we have our model. The first thing that we are going to do is that we click on the report view. We click on format, okay, and canvas background, we select black with transparency of 0%. Okay, close this one, close this one. Now I'm going to import our logo. So click on insert, image, and here we have our logo. I'm going to format that. So on general effects, I'm going to select the borders in white. So select here white, rounded corners 20. Okay. So for the view, we have page view, so fit to page, right? Now I increase this one a little bit. Okay. Close, close. Now I'm going to click on insert text box. So here we put World Cup results. put it in the center. So select all 18, right? We'll go to format, on effects. For the background it will be black, and we select everything. We put it in white, underline. So now I'm going to decrease this one like that, and I'm going to put it in here. Okay, just decrease this one like that. Alright, so click, we copy, paste, put the second one in here, and we add the date, so 1930 to 2014. Alright, so just for the World Cup, use it like this. Okay, so like that we have our logo. Next we are going to create a stacked bar chart using the third file. So select in here stacked column chart, go to data, so hide this one, and here we select goal scored, then we have matches played and qualified teams, and also the year. Okay, so here we rename for this visual, so it will be only goals scored. Same thing for the second one, rename, so it will be matches played, and here we have also qualified teams. Okay, now I'm going to format that. Click on format. So for the titles we remove the titles, and the values will be in white. Same thing for the y-axis, so no title, values in white. And on general, for the background it will be black. Okay, so same thing for the legend, it will be in white. And for the title, same thing, we put the competition stats by year, so it will be in the center in white. And the background we select more colors, and here we add our code, so we have 42804F. okay, and we add our borders, so put it in white, round corners 20. Okay, now I'm going to just modify the colors for the bars, so same thing in here for the columns, goal scored, click on more colors, and we add our code in here, so write 6D4B13. Then for the matches played, more colors, and we have 698300. And for qualified teams, same thing, more colors, and we have FCD065. okay, so here for the range on the x-axis, we can change it for the minimum 1930 until 2014. As you can see here, we have 2 years missing, so we have 38. Then for 42 and 46, the 2 years are missing. Then we have directly 50. Okay, same thing in here for the title. So on general, we add the divider in white. Okay, so like that, we get our stacked bar chart for competition stats by year. Next, we are going to add donut chart for World Cup winners. So click on donut chart. We click on winner, and on the value, same thing. We drag and drop winner into the value, and we select the count. So we format that. We remove the legend. For the background, we add black, and the border in white, round corners 20. For the title, same thing, it will be in white and write World Cup winners in the center with background that has the following code and divider in white. Okay, here for the labels, I'm going to select category and data value, and same thing, the values in white. Okay, so put it in the center like this. Now I'm going to change the colors. So close this one. For the slices, for Brazil, we choose the following color with the following code. Then for Italy, we choose this one. For Germany, we choose this one. Then for Argentina, we click on more colors, and here we add the following code. So we have FFF9D1. Okay, same thing for Uruguay. Then for the remaining, we add the following code. So we have FFFFD1. Okay, same thing for France, Germany, and Spain. Okay, here we can just change this one like this. All right, same thing for this one, and here we decrease it a little bit. All right, so now I'm going to create the two horizontal bar charts. The first one, it will be for the teams qualified to the World Cup. So click on horizontal bar chart, close this one, and we use the first file. So we select team, and for the x-axis, we drag and drop the year into the x-axis, and we select count distinct. So here we have the different values. So we start from Brazil, we have 20, then Italy 18, Argentina 16, Mexico, etc. Now I'm going to format our horizontal bar chart. So put it like this. Click on format. For the titles, we remove the titles and the values in white. Same thing for the x-axis, title off and the values in white. So add the background in black and the border in white, rounded corners 20. For the title, it will be countries qualified to the World Cup. Okay, it will be in the center in white, and background color it will be green with the following code, and the divider it will be in white. Same thing, we can add the labels. So close this one, close this one. The labels in white. Okay. Next, we are going to modify the colors for the bars. So click on the color, more colors, and we add the following code: FEC814. Alright. And like that, we get our horizontal bar chart for countries qualified to the World Cup. So what we are going to do is that we click, Ctrl C, we copy, and we paste, Ctrl V, put the second one in here like this. And instead of countries qualified to the World Cup, we'll change the title into countries hosted the World Cup. Okay. And here we are going to remove team and count of year. So we're going to use the last file, which is World Cups. We select country for the y-axis, count of country on the x-axis. So here we have Brazil 2, France 2, Germany 2, Italy 2, Mexico 2, and the remaining 1. Okay. So now we are going to create the map. So click on field map, and we select country and attendance. So for the formatting map settings style, it will be dark. The legend, it will be off. Background, it will be in black. The title, it will be attendance, right, by country and year. Okay, so the color, it will be white in the center, and the background we select green with the following code. Same thing, the divider, it will be in white. Okay, so just add the border in white, so 20. Okay, and we'll put it like this. Now we are going to change the colors. So on the visual, fill colors. So since Power BI does not recognize this as values, and as you can see here, we don't have the gradient, so we have to choose each color manually, right? So for the highest values, we put the darkest, right? So put this one with the following code. Same thing for this one. Here also, here, and here. Also for this one. Next, for this one, we're going to put this color with the following code. Same thing in here, and in here. Next, we choose this color, right? This one, and this one. And for the remaining, I'm going to choose the following color. Okay. All right. We can also add the year to the tooltip. So close this one. Same thing, close this one. And if we go back to here, if we drag and drop year to the tooltip, you can see that it selects the count of year, and here we have only one. Okay, so we remove that. And since we didn't use the second file, we are going to convert the year into text. And like that, when we put the year into the tooltip, it will directly select for us the year. So to do that, we click on Home, Transform Data, Transform Data. So we select the second file. And for the year, we select data type as text. Replace current. Okay, so close and apply. Alright, so now if we drag and drop the year from the second file into the tooltip, and we can see here the year, which is 1950. Same thing for USA, we have 1994, South Africa we have 2010, etc. Okay, so if we close this one and close this one, like that, we get our final dashboard for World Cup results from 1930 to 2014. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard using the World Happiness data. As you can see, we are going to use the data from 2015 to 2019, and we are going to create different charts. So I'm going to start by gauge chart. We have 2 tree maps and we have 3 scatter plots. We're going also to use dynamic titles using our slicer for the years from 2015 to 2019. But before start creating our charts, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset. As you can see, we have 9 columns and 777 rows. So we have the different categories, the happiness score, the GDP per capita, the social support, healthy life expectancy, freedom, generosity, government trust, and finally we have the different years. So the years from 2015 to 2019. Alright, so now I'm going to create a new project, import our dataset, and start creating our charts. Okay, so here I have created a new project, and to download the data you can find the link in the description. To import the data, we click on Excel workbook and we import our World Happiness dataset. So click. Okay, so I select data, load. Alright, so here on the right we have our dataset. And the first thing that we need to do is to create the slicer. So click on slicer, year, and on formatting, we click on slicer settings, and the style, it will be the title. So we can put it like this and decrease the height. You can remove the year right on the header. Okay. Next, we can create our dynamic titles. So create 3 different measures. So the first one, we can call it global happiness, right? Or gauge chart title, which will be global happiness, right? Global happiness, right? In space, and we add the year. So selected value, we add the year, right? So this is the first dynamic chart for the gauge chart. Next, to create the 2 dynamic titles for the 2 tree maps. So same thing, new measure. First one, we call it happy countries, right? Which will be countries, which will be top 10 happy countries, right? In space, and we add the year, right? So we copy this one, and we create new measure. We name it sad countries. Will be sad, right? And it will be top 10 sad countries in, and we add the year. Okay. Next, we are going to create the K chart. So we select it in here, and it will be the happiness score as an average, for example, in 2050. For the title, so general title, and we select our title, right? Data, this one, okay. Can put it like that, and we define the maximum value as 10, the minimum as 0, right? Next, same thing for the title, it will be in the center, bold, and we define the colors. So for the colors, we have gradient, and the minimum it will be red for 0, the maximum green for 10, and we can add middle color in 5. Okay. All right, same thing now for the labels, so bold and black. All right, same thing for target label. All right, and the callout value. Okay, so like that we have our gauge chart. Now we can add the border, right? So on effects we have the border as 20, and same thing for the slicer. Okay, can put it in the center like that. All right, next we are going to create two tree maps. Okay, one for the top 10 happy countries, and the second one is for the top 10 sad countries. So select tree map, country, the happiness score, right, as the average. In case you select more than a year, so you get directly the average. Okay, so we want to select the top 10 countries by the happiness score, right, as an average, and we apply. All right, we can add the label. Okay, so like that we have our first tree map. We can put it, for example, here. Okay, this one in here, and the title for this one, it will be the happy countries title. All right, same thing, we can format that. So for the title in the center, bold, and we add the border in black 20. Okay, can decrease this one a little bit like that. All right, this one also decrease. Okay, And since we have defined our title, we are also add the colors. So on formatting, color, we select advanced, and here we select the gradient, right? So for the lowest value, it will be example this green, right? And the highest value we select, for example, this green. Okay, so just a second, it will depend on the happiness score as an average. Okay, all right, so here we have our first GMap. So we copy paste this one, put it here. All right, and this will be for the colors. So the bottom 10 can choose, apply, and for the colors same thing. So the minimum, for example, it will be this one as red, like that, for example. And for the, or it is the inverse, right? So if it is very low, it will be red, and for the highest value, it will be this one. Okay, all right, so we change also the title. Select the set countries title. Okay, all right, so here we have our GMaps, right, with two dynamic titles and also the gradient colors, right? So if we change the year, we have change in the different charts, right? Now I'm going to add 3 scatter plots, right, for happiness score and freedom, happiness score and GDP, and happiness score and healthy life expectancy, to find the relationship between these variables. So to create the first one, we select scatter plot. On the y-axis, we will have the happiness score, and on the x-axis, we are going to have the GDP, right? So don't summarize, same thing in here. So as you can see, we have a positive correlation between the two variables. Now I'm going to format that by eliminating the grid lines. So for the title, in the middle, bold, and same thing for the border, right? So it will be 20. Now for the values, have bold, black, same thing for the title, and same thing for the y-axis, right? So bold, black, and the title bold and black. All right, okay, put it here like that. Now I'm going also to define the colors, right? So go to, okay, close this one, visual, close this one. We go to the markers, right, and color, same thing. We're going to select the gradient. So for the minimum, it will be red, right? We add middle color like that, and the highest value, it will be green. Okay, we can also remove the legend, and like that we get our scatter plot for GDP per capita and happiness score. So as you can see, we have positive correlation. So the higher the GDP, the higher is the happiness score, right? And to create the two others, we just copy paste that twice. All right, and same thing for this one. Okay, put it here like that, and instead of GDP, we select the freedom, right? So same thing, we have positive correlation.
And the third one, it will be the life expectancy. So remove this one, and we have life expectancy. Don't summarize. Same thing, also we have a positive correlation. So the higher the score in here, the higher the happiness score. So the relationship between the happiness score and the three different variables which we have selected, which are the GTP, the freedom, and life expectancy, have a positive correlation. So if we close everything, we get our final dashboard using world happiness data between 2015 and 2019.
In this video, I'm going to create the following dashboard using Friends dataset. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to import data from web application, where we can modify data dynamically and get the results directly on Power BI. We're going to learn how to convert Google Sheet into a web application, and we are going to modify the data directly on Google Sheet and get the results in Power BI. For example, if you are working with a team and you are sharing the same dataset, so instead of modifying, for example, the Excel file and uploading it again into Power BI, we are going to use directly Google Sheet and connect it to Power BI in order to modify data dynamically. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to download the dataset. So you can go to this link that you can find in the description and download the Friends dataset. Once you have uploaded the dataset, you can open it in Excel and you select everything. We copy and we create new Google Sheet. So we paste everything in here. All right, we can name it Friends. And same thing for the sheet. Okay. Now to convert that into web API, we are going to use a code, and same thing, you can find the link to download the code in description, and we copy the code. So we go to extensions, apps, script. So here we have a new project. We can name it Friends. So what we are going to do is that we are going to copy the code within the text file and paste it in here. Once you paste it, you need to save it, and once you save it, you need to run the code. All right, so you need to make sure that two things are correct. Here you need to have the same name as the sheet that we have in here, right? And also you need to give it permission. So once you save and run, it will ask you for permission, so you need to give this app permission in order to execute the code. Once the execution is completed, we click on deploy, new deployment. So in here we select parameters and web application. So in web application, you are going to do two things. In the description, you are going to put the name as Friends, for example, and also for the authorization, you need to put it as anyone in order to copy and paste the link that you are going to use in Power BI. Okay, so I have the link. So just make sure that before you get the link, you have selected access to anyone. So once it is completed, we get this URL, and this is the link that we are going to use in Power BI. So we need to copy that. So create a new Power BI project, and to get the data, we click on Get Data. We select Web, and we paste the link in here. Okay, we select Connect, and we get our dataset in Power BI. So now, for example, if we want to add one new row to our dataset, so if we go down here, okay, so we have 236. Now, if we go to the Google Sheet and we are going to add €1, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it is saved. If we click on refresh, we see the new row appearing in here. Okay, and same thing if you want to delete it. So select this one, delete. So same thing, refresh. so we can see that the row has been removed. Okay, so now I'm going to save the project and give it a name. Apply. So we close this one. Yes, and now I'm going to create our dashboard. The first thing to do is to change the background. So click in here, background, the color, more colors, and we put the following code. So we have 743A37. Okay, with transparency 0%. Okay, next we have the cards. So we click, we select the season as count distinct, right? So we rename it as total seasons, right? And I'm going to format that. So for the effects, no background, and the border on. For the color, we select the following colors. So we have F8E7D8. Okay, and around corners 20. Same thing for the value. So put it like that, and it will be 25. Okay, same thing for the label. Okay, now put it like this. Okay, so copy paste that 5 times, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Okay, next we have this one, put it here. All right. Okay, next one, it will be total episodes, right? So we have episode as the count. Okay, so we rename it to rename. So we have total, right? Okay, next we have the average stars rating. So total stars as the average. Okay, so rename this one also average stars rating. Next we have the duration in minutes. So remove this one, duration in minutes as the average also. So average duration in, or like that, duration, we put it minutes. Okay, as the average. All right, next we have the total votes, right? So total votes, rename, have total votes. Okay, and here we have the last season year. So we select the year as, so last season year, and it will be the maximum. All right, now we can modify the text, select everything,
for the label, we can put it, for example, 10. All right. Next, we have the bar chart for total episodes by season. So copy paste this one. Okay. Put it like that. Convert it into bar. So on the x-axis, we are going to have the season, and on the y-axis, we are going to have the total episodes, right, as count. Okay. So same thing, we are going to modify that. For the columns, put this color. For the grid lines, we remove everything. For the y-axis, we remove the title, and the values will be this color, bold, and same thing for the x-axis. So for the values, have the same color, and for the title, it will be the season. So season, bold, and in the same color. Now for the title, we have total episodes by season. Okay, in the center, bold, and the same color. Alright, we can also add the labels. So label on, and it will be in the same color. Alright, next we are going to create the ribbon chart for total votes by episodes and season. So click on the chart. On the x-axis, we are going to have the different seasons, and on the y-axis, we are going to have the total votes. For the legend, we are going to have the episodes. Alright. Now I'm going to format that. First, we remove the background and the border on. Okay, so same color in 20. Next, we remove the grid lines, so both grid lines. And for the legend, we select the same color, right, and it will be top center with no title. Okay, we do the same thing for the x-axis and the y-axis. So for the x-axis, the values same color in bold, and the title, it will be the season, and same thing for the y-axis. So the values same colors in bold, and for the title, it will be total votes. Okay, same color in bold. Alright, so same thing for the title in here. Okay, now for the title, so it will be total votes by episode and season. In the center, same color and bold. Okay, so here we have our ribbon chart. Just put it like that. Alright, same thing for the transparency. So ribbons, for example, for the layout, we can select the space in here, right, like that. And also for transparency, we can increase the transparency. Okay, for example, we can put it 40. All right. Next, we're going to import the image. So same thing, you can find the link in the description to download the image. So click on insert image. So here we have the image, right? And for the style, we select fit. All right. And to create the box plot, we click in here, get more visuals. We select box and we import this one. We click on add, and here we have our box plot. So copy paste this one like this. All right, we click on the box. So on the axis we are going to put the stars. The same thing for the value. Whereas for category 1 we're going to put the season. Okay, now I'm going to format that. Start by removing the grid lines and the tick marks. Alright, same thing for the dots. We're going to make them transparency, so 100%. And for the stars, it will be the average, right? So for the title, it will be, for example, stars rating by season. Okay, it will be in the center, same color, bold, and same thing for the y-axis, so we don't show the title. And for the values, so same color, and also for the x-axis, so the color the same, and the title, it would be the season with the same color. All right, now for the box, so for example we can change the colors. The lower, for example, we can put black. All right, and outlines, we can put them like this in blue. And also same thing for the mean, for example, we can put it in this color, for example, or black also. All right, so here we have our box plot. As you can see here, we have the different values for each season. Okay, so we have the median, the maximum, the minimum, etc. If we close everything, we get our final dashboard using Friends dataset. In this video, I'm going to create the following interactive dashboard, which is about total sales for video games. In this tutorial, we are going to learn how to create parameters in Power BI. We're going to learn how to create dynamic titles, because some of you asked me in the comments about creating measures using DAX functions and also creating parameters. So in this exercise, we have an example where we can use parameters in Power BI in order to create interactive visuals. But before I start creating our charts, let's first explore our dataset. So here we have our dataset. So mainly we have 11 columns. And if we go here, we can see that we have 16,598 rows. So the first column is the rank. Then we have the name, the platform, the year, the genre. So the genre, we are going to use it in order to create dynamic titles. Next we have publisher. And here we have the 5 columns that we are going to use in order to create our parameter. So instead of creating each chart for each category, for example, North America sales, Europe sales, Japan sales, we are going to create a parameter that we are going to use in order to move from one category to another without creating different charts. The same thing, as you can see here, I have created this measure, which is my title,
and it will be our dynamic title. And same thing here, we have 5 different measures that we are going to use in the parameters to create our visuals. So now let's start creating our charts. Here I have created a new project, and to get our data we click on get data. So we have text CSV, and you can find the link to download the dataset in the description. So click OK, we click on load. Alright, so here we have our columns, and the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to transform the year into whole number. So click on transform data, we click on transform, we select the year, and for data type we select whole number, replace, and we save. So we give it a name, and we click on apply. So we close and we ignore the error, and same thing, we close. Yes. Okay, so here we have the year as a whole number. Next, in order to create our parameter, we go to modeling, new parameter, fields. Here we give it a name. For example, we can name it sales category, right? And we go here, we select Europe sales, global sales, Japan, North America, and other. Okay, click on create, and here we have our parameter. But if you want to create, for example, total sales by year, so we put it on the x-axis and we put sales category in here, we don't get any charts, right? For example, if we want an area chart, we don't have anything. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to create 5 different measures for the sum of each category. And to do that, we click in here, new measure. We start by the sum of Europe sales. So we write sum Europe sales equals to the sum of Europe sales. Okay. Next we have global sales, same thing, new measure. So name it sum global sales, right? Which will be the sum of global sales. Okay. Next we have Japan sales, so new measure, sum of GP sales equals to the sum of GP sales. Next we have North America, so sum of NA sales equals to the sum of NA sales. Okay, and the last one, it will be other sales. So same thing, new measure, sum of other sales equals to the sum of other sales. Okay. So now click on the parameter and replace the values. So replace it by the sum. Just make sure to have the same exact syntax, right? So here, sum of Japan sales, NA sales, and the last one, it will be the other sales. Okay. Now we have the different values in our charts. Next, we are going to create our dynamic title. So we click new measure. We name it my title, right? It will be, so we have text,
we name total sales from, we leave space, close. So we concatenate, we select minimum year, and same thing, we concatenate. So total sales from minimum to, right? So space to space, same thing, concatenate the max of the year, and I'm going to use the year in the slicer. And also we concatenate text space for genera. Can for example put genera colon space, and we add selected value. So here we select the genera. So we use selected value to select the value from our dataset. Okay. So if we commit, and okay, so there is an error in here. So we remove it here. Okay. Now if we click on our chart, we go to general title. So here we have conditional formatting. We click and we select our title in here. So my title. Okay. So we add the slicers. First one, it will be here. Okay, so we put it here. And the second one, it will be the genera. So select genera. Okay. So go to format that. For example, we can select only single values, right? And same thing for the category. So the style, drop down, single select, same thing, drop down. Okay. So as you can see here, if we change the year, our title will change, right? Same thing, if we change the category and the genre, we get our dynamic title. Okay, so now I'm going to format our slicers, parameter, and also our chart. And to do that, we click on the parameter. So we add the border. Okay, it will be black 20. Same thing in here. And same thing in here. 20. Now for the values, so we select bold black, same thing in here, bold in black, and same thing in here. Okay, now for the header, the same thing, it will be black and bold, black and bold, and same thing in here. Okay, so if we decrease it like that, okay, we can increase this one like this. Okay, now same thing, we can modify this one. Alright, we start by adding the borders. So the title will be bold in the center, black, and same thing for the effects. So we select on black 20. Okay, now I'm going to remove the grid lines, and for the x-axis, so the values black and bold, and for the y-axis remove the title and the values will be black and bold. Now for the lines, we will put them in black also. Okay, so we go to line, and for the colors we select black. Okay, we do that for all the categories. And the last one in black. Okay, so now we are going to display the different cells for each publisher, for each name, and for each platform. And to do that, we can duplicate this one. Okay, for example, put it in this side. All right, can take this one. Okay, and we convert it to bar chart. So here we start, for example, by the name. Okay, so we remove the name from the legend, and here we get our horizontal bar chart. For example, we can add the bars that will be in black, and we can add the labels, right? Same thing in black and bold. Okay, so for the title we put it also in bold, right? Okay, now I'm going to duplicate that twice, one for the publisher and the other one is for the platform. Okay, I can just put it like this. So I'll decrease this one. Okay, so for example here we have the platform, and here we have the publisher. Okay, so now if we change the category, same thing, if we change the genre, we get the title changed, and also same thing for the date, and same thing if we change the maximum. Okay, so now if we close everything, we get our final dashboard for the total sales for the video games using parameters and dynamic titles. So that's it for this tutorial. I hope that you have learned new things. Thanks for watching, and see you in next tutorial.